Yeah, please.
Okay, are we live?
You sure are. Yeah, you're live.
Okay, fantastic. Hi, everybody. So welcome to our show tonight. So tonight's going to be a really, really special one because we've got a really fantastic guest, Sandy. You know him on Wake Up UK. He's actually very familiar on Wake Up UK, but you don't necessarily know him on our channel. So we will give you we'll give him a chance to introduce himself to everybody. He's not with us at the minute, so we will just wait a couple of minutes for him to come on and hopefully get some more people on as well. So we don't have anyone watch. Oh, we've got 4 people watching. So hi everybody. Thank you for joining us. So I just want to reiterate that we're Public Child Protection Wales. Our aims is to bridge that gap in the welfare system for our Welsh children, and our current campaign, Education Our Say Our Way, is all about stopping the global rollout of sex education. We're not against sex education, but we're against this particular sex education. So just want to sort of reiterate that at the beginning. Today we're talking about institutional abuse. 2 weeks ago, we did a show and we had the incredible Brian Clare on board. So he was here sharing his story of how he suffered institutional abuse in his earlier years. And like what he had to go through was awful, was terrible. So I'm joined with Grace as well. So Grace is part of our team. Hi, Grace, how are you doing?
Hello all, I'm good. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you. I'm very good. So yeah, Grace is like, she's been part of our team for a good few months now, haven't you? So you're really getting to know exactly what's been going on with this education. So we really feel that the institutional abuse is really important for people to be aware of, because what people know, like what the public know in the news, is absolutely worlds apart from what is actually out there. And the problem is, like, we get to know about statistics, etc., but the statistics are not they're not actually the true thing of what's actually going on. And what normally happens as well, and we'll learn now when we have Sandy on, what actually does happen is these kinds of things don't get reported till years and years later. So we never really know the true extent of what is actually going on until until it could be 40 years, it could be 50 years later. And here we've got Sandy. How are you doing, Sandy?
Not too bad, love.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for coming on tonight. Really appreciate your time.
I know, bother. Jane will be joining me later.
Of course, that would be great. So, Sandy, our viewers, like everybody on Wake Up UK, they all know who you are. But our viewers on our YouTube channel, they may not all know who you are. So, could you just give a quick introduction to yourself?
Well, my name is Sandy Smith, or Alexander's my right name. Everyone knows me Sandy. And I was born on the west coast of Scotland, in a little village called Kilmacombe. Kilmacombe lies in the northern slopes of the Greif Valley, about 20 miles west of the city of Glasgow, and about 7 miles south of the town of Greenock. So I came from a loving family. For mother and father, amazing. But my mother's health when I was younger was really, really bad. And my mother had to give up work and stuff. My mother was a nurse, she had to give all that up. And I spent a bit of time in Quarriers Orphan Homes in Bridge of Weir in Scotland, and it was the luck of the draw which cottage you were sent to. There were 42 cottages in this orphanage, and as I say, it was the luck of the draw you went to. You either had a good cottage or a bad cottage, and the abuse that happened in there was unbelievable. Physical, sexual, emotional, you name it. A lot of experiments were carried out with children as well. Medical records of none. I've got them before I went into Quarriers, after, none during Quarriers. My own records about my time in Quarriers, none. And I had to actually prove that I was in Quarriers. This was for I gave evidence at the Scottish Child Abuse Inquiry. And then they sort of prove I had been there, which I did. And it was through a book of Quarriers. It was for orphan children. And I had put my name, it was after I left Quarriers. I met Jane when I started, I better take away back to the beginning. Well, sorry.
I think Adele has just joined us. Hi, Adele.
Hiya, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
How are you?
I'm good. I can't see any of you yet.
Oh, okay. So Sandy's just telling us a little bit about his story, Adele. He's just. Hello, Jane. How are you?
Hi.
Good, lovely for you to join us. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Don't know why I can't see any of you yet.
Why am I not
here?
I'm doing that.
Oh, here I am. I can see you all now. Hi.
Hey, woo!
Can you all hear me all right? I didn't get a chance to set up the microphone that Kim sent me.
We can hear you. Yeah, absolutely fine. You're just a little bit fuzzy when you talk, but we can hear you.
Okay, well, I'm going to kind of look at this. So, how are you, Sandy?
Oh, not too bad. I've still got a wee bit of a sore shoulder tonight, and I suffered badly from hay fever, which I've got as well.
Oh, God.
So if you get a few sneezes tonight, I do apologise.
Well, I'm sorry I missed the start there.
No bother.
Start again then.
So I'll start again anyway, if that's okay.
Sandy,
Yeah.
Can I just ask you a question for a moment? How old were you when you were put into this orphanage?
Well, I started school at Quarriers Orphan Homes when I was 5. I did, because my mother worked here in the hospital. And another part of it. My mother, with my mother's health when she took me well, was about 7.5 years of age when I was put into Quarriers, coming up for about 8. So anyway, when I was put in there, I'd met Jane in school when we were 5.
Sorry, one moment. I think there's a little bit of interference. Adele, I don't know if it's your thing. Oh, no, she's muted now. Carry on, Sandy. Sorry.
Yeah. So,
Can we maybe if we could ask Grace to mute, and
Yeah.
and then if we can all mute while we're not speaking, and then there shouldn't be any echo or feedback.
Okay.
A little tip for you all: if you want to press the space button on your keyboard, it unmutes you, and then when you let it go, it mutes you again. A little keyboard shortcut for you.
Oh, so
If we get in the habit of doing that, it will stop anyone's feeding back.
that mutes you.
no bother. I hope you can hear me okay.
So press the space button to speak, sort of thing, you know. Oh, Grace has turned the camera off.
Oh, everyone's gone mute now. Okay, so Sandy, carry on with your story.
No bother. Well, I started school in Quarriers Orphan Homes in Bridge of Weir in Renfrewshire, Scotland when I was 5 years of age. My mother worked as a nurse in Quarriers Orphan Homes, and which was a sanatorium hospital for people with tuberculosis and stuff. But through my mother's health, I was about 7.5 years of age, and my mother was in and out of hospital. I hardly seen my mother when I was younger, and I actually became one of Quarriers' children myself. But I had met Jane from when I started school. Jane and I became very, very good friends, later boyfriend, girlfriend. And with our life all planned out, you know, everything, it was going to be this amazing life for Jane and I. And I always say, you know, that Jane was saying as well, you know, we were going to have many, many children, because both of us will love children. And we, even to this, well, this day we love children, but we had our life all planned out, what we were going to do and blah, blah, blah. But it was one day, I can't remember the day, and it was after I had left Quarriers, I went back, because I only lived about a mile, just over a mile away from Quarriers I lived. So I went back and I met one of my friends, Danny, I'll not give his second name. And I goes, I'm going off for Jane. He goes, Jane's away. I goes, what do you mean? Jane's went. Oh dear. Where to? Nobody knew where Jane went to. Jane just vanished. So that was the first time that I felt what, how could you put it? What a true love was when it came to an end. Because I love Jane with my heart and more, vice versa, I still do. So nobody had a clue. So when I started my working life, I started work at 15 years of age. And I went back to Quarriers to see if they would let me know any information in Jane, where she had been, blah, blah. Wouldn't tell me. They wouldn't tell me anything. So I didn't know what to do. So I carried on with my life. Jane carried on with hers. I got married, I had a son. My marriage was, well, it wasn't the best of marriages. My ex-wife and my son are not here to speak, so I can't talk about them because it wouldn't be fair. Because I put my hand up, it's just as much as bad. I was too busy wanting to earn money and make my life better. I didn't spend enough time at home, so things got a bit out of hand. And I just everything, it built up on me over the years, and I'll come to this later. But anyway, I was in Quarriers, and the first thing I remember, I was taken to a cottage. Now, I'm not allowed to mention my abuser's name. I can get jailed, but I don't care. Why should I not be allowed to mention my abuser's name? Why should he be protected? I can't understand this. So anyway, I was taken to this cottage. The cottage number was 24, and the man's name was a Mr. Hull. Now, jail me, do what you want, I don't care. Because this man was a beast, evil. He abused many, many, many children. I'm not just talking about 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. I'm getting into hundreds. In my cottage when I was there, there were 18 of us. And I know that we were all abused by him. But when I was taken into the cottage, the door was shut. I was left with him and his wife. And then my name changed from Sandy to Boy. That's all I ever was called, Boy. Right, here, boy, do this, boy, do that, boy. So the door closed behind us, and he goes, right, what's your name, boy? But he spoke in a very, very roughy, growly voice, you know, right, what's your name, boy? You know, this really
Scary.
You know, you made a mess of your bags when he spoke, I'll put it that way. You know,
Sandy, sorry, can I just ask again, how old was you now at this time?
I was 7.5.
7.5. Okay, I just wanted to double check that. Thank you.
This time. So I told my name. So he told me that he was going to be my new daddy. This was my new mum. And I told him I goes, I've got a mum and dad. And the next thing whack right over here with such force it put me onto my backside, and I was crying because it was sore. And he kept on shouting at me to get up, and I had to stand at attention. He's told me that any time he spoke to me, I had to stand at attention. And if his wife spoke to me, we had to stand at attention. Okay, so he kept on about, he was my new father, this was my new mum. Well, I never called him. We told me to call him either dad, father, or son. This is your new mother. Address her as mother or mummy. That's what I was told. So I was taken through my bedroom. I was showing where my bedroom was, where we got our meals, blah, blah. Okay, so we'd done that. So, it wasn't too bad for a few months. And it was just after my 8th birthday. It was less than 2 weeks after my 8th birthday. Now, we were getting ready for bed one night, and there was this young boy. And he was an amazing young guy, absolutely brilliant, all fun, fun. And he just went quiet. He wouldn't go out, he wouldn't do nothing. We couldn't find him how and why. But this night, he was taking his shirt off, getting ready for bed. And on his back, and I swear in the Holy Bible, my words are true. His back, thinking now, you would have thought he'd been bullwhipped the crap out of it. You would have actually thought that. So we asked him what happened. I asked him what happened. And he goes, oh, I fell out of a tree. Don't ask me again. I know you. So in that place, it was a boys only cottage at this time when I was in it. So we were brothers. So I never did ask him again, but he just kept withdrawal. Couple of weeks went by, I seen another boy with the same thing, and we've been way again us, and he fell out of a tree. And I was young, I believed that, And then it came on, it was just after my 8th birthday, it wasn't even 2 weeks after it. And one night we were in having our evening meal, and I was told to stay behind and gather in the evening meal dishes. So, of course, I done that. Took them into the kitchen, washed, dried them. They were checked, put away. And the next thing he told me, my clothes were dirty. He goes, look at you, you're a disgrace, boy. Look at your clothes, get them off now. So I stripped down and I had a pair of pants and a t-shirt on. And he told me to take them off. And I took them off and I had my hands down at the front. And he told me to stand at attention, which I did. He used to have this wooden seat that he sat on, and he was sitting in the dining room. Now, there were 3 tables, pardon me, six to a table, 3 tables. 3 tables, 6 to a table, one on the side, one along the top, and he would sit. Now, I swear this man, I called him the owl in later life, because this man could sit, and he would sit with his arms folded, and he would just point out, you boy, and he would come out with whatever the boy had done. He could tell, but I was wondering how he'd done this, but then I realised he was moving his eyes, to the side, and he could see us all. So he kept an eye on us every time. Now, this man's wife, she was there some of the time, not all of the time, she was there. But she spent most of her time in it. They had their own living room in this place. They stayed there 24/7, and unless they were off on holiday and stuff. But she would be in her own sitting room watching television or whatever, and he'd be sitting in there with us with the meals. Now, all these meals were prepared by us. His wife would have the potatoes boiling and stuff at night, but the meals we got was unbelievable. I'm best saying it for for 12 o'clock, we come out of school for lunch, and we had 2 potatoes, a tin of Fray Bentis corned beef between 16 of us, and a big plate of cabbage. At night we would come in and we'd maybe have a sausage, one sausage. One sausage, you always had 2 potatoes, you never get any more. So you would have 2 potatoes, 1 sausage, a big plate of cabbage. You know, every meal was cabbage. Now in the morning there were always this cabbage left over, a lot of it. And it was a massive frying pan. It was put onto the cooker. And the older boys were making this, and they put in lard, and then in would go the cabbage. That would get fried, and then eggs would get cracked on top of that. So it looked like a big cabbage omelette. And we were served that with 1 slice of bread and a drink of milk. That was our breakfast. As I say, at 12 o'clock, you maybe have a tin of Fray Bentis corned beef with 2 potatoes and this cabbage between the 16 of us, then a sausage at night, whatever. The meals were all the same. And it was one night, it was tripe. Now, this stuff was boiled in milk. It's the line in the sheep's cow's stomach. Now, this stuff was put into milk along with onions and potatoes and boiled. And we were served that. Now, I'd never had this in my life. And I tried it and I couldn't eat it. I just could not eat this. It made me sick. I was told to eat it. The Lord had provided this to us. Now, in Quarriers, it was very religious in that sense. Every night we'd sit round in a circle. And from kids at 5 years of age up to 15 years of age, we'd be sitting there. And the only thing I learned out there was the books of the Bible. That was drummed into you. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, Joshua, Judges, Mark, so on. Can rhyme it off like that. So he would tell us, right, open your book at Exodus, first you boy, you read from there to such and such. So I would read from there, right? And then as soon as I finished, the next boy would start the next. Now, if we got one word wrong, what's in the Bible? There's some long words to a kid. It's just starting school and learning. And they couldn't pronounce them. We got hammered for it. We were making a fool of the Bible. So, anyway, as I was saying, it was that sort of religious way. Before we had our meal, we'd say a grace and all this stuff. So, that was just to give you a little idea of the meals we got. Now, this tripe, I could not eat it. And that was at lunch. That was at lunchtime I got that. It was put down for my evening meal. I couldn't eat it. It was put down for me the following morning for me to eat. Now, this is cold by this time, so I had that put down to me. I couldn't eat it. For my lunch at 12 o'clock, couldn't eat it. And at 5 o'clock, I was put down to me again. And everyone had finished their meal. And mine was still sitting. And the next thing, you get 2 boys. Now, this happened in a lot of cottages, not just the one I was in. And one boy would be pulling one arm out as hard as he can the other. This was adult boys pulling your arms out. And they knew if they didn't do that, they were going to get hammered as well. So the next thing, my arms were out, and he came behind me. And he says, hands in my nose, pulling me back, and he put his hand over my mouth so I couldn't breathe. And when I opened my mouth to breathe, in went a spoonful of that, and then he would try and hold your mouth, the hand would go back, and you'd be choking, and you would swallow it. Now, I swear this is true. I started being sick, and I was forced to eat my sick as well. That's how evil this guy was. I don't know how I managed to get that done.
I'm
Oh.
sorry, but that's absolutely
That's
horrific. I can absolutely so sorry you went through something like that.
After it, I always remember I went outside and I was really, really not well sick. So anyway, getting on a wee bit here. It was the night I was called in to do the dishes. And of course they told me my clothes were dirty, take them off. Had a pair of pants and a vest on. Ordered to take them off, which I did. And then the next thing I was told to kneel in his chair. So I knelt in his chair and I felt his hands all in my body. And then the next thing, wow, I felt his fingers inside me. And I was screaming. Now this man, Jesus, I was told would protect me and look after me. I was screaming in him that night, begging him to help me. Begging, please Lord, help me. But he never did come. Then he raped me. I was in agony. I was young, I didn't know what the hell was happening. I had not a clue. Again, I was shouting, Lord, help me, please, Lord, help me, please help me. Praying that someone would maybe even hear my screams to help me, but nobody did. After he abused me, I was thrown onto the kitchen floor and I was beating the crap out of a 2-prong leather belt on my back, my bare back. And he was telling me I had not to tell anyone. If I ever told anyone, God help me, was his word. God help you if you tell anyone. This was our secret thing. So I let it go, and then it happened again. And so I went to the main office and I reported about what happened. I didn't know about the sexual stuff. I was too young to understand that, but it was my back because I was flogged again. So I reported this, I showed them my back. They phoned up my abuser, that's Mr. Hull. He come up with a rage and he grabbed me and he was slapping me. Now this is in front who was the superintendent of Quarries Orphan Homes at the time. This woman, I don't know who she was. Now they seen me. They seen that, as I can see you guys. And he was grabbing me, shaking me, slapping me. I was a liar. I was a dirty, dirty boy. I was a dirty liar. Every name you can think of. Now he told them in that place, and he says, as he says to me, he goes, God help you when you get back to that cottage, boy. You're going to get the biggest flogging of your life. Now they heard that and done nothing. I had to apologise to that man. I had to apologise to him. And I thought about the beatings. And I thought if I did apologise to him, I maybe not got beaten. So I apologised to him. And all the way down the road to the cottage, he was dragging me. And he was telling me what was going to happen. And when we went in, I didn't take my clothes off. They were ripped from me. They were ripped off my back. Now, there were a bit in the cottage they called the shed. This is where we had to come in. We weren't allowed in the front door. No one was allowed in the front door, no less visitors. So he took me into this shed. I was naked, well, the top half naked. And he threw me onto the floor again. And he started really, this was violent. Stalford on here, beating into me with this 2-prong leather belt. Again, I was screaming, really badly screaming. Whew. Give me a wee minute.
Andy, this is awful, like what you had to go through.
Yeah, take your time.
Can I just ask as well, like this monster, like how, like he was obviously very, you know, authoritative and like aggressive with, you know, you boys. But how did you see him? I don't know if you ever seen him with other adults. Did you ever actually see how he was around other adults? Did he did he sort of seem like, I don't know, like a good guy in front of adults? Or do you not recall that?
Anyone coming to visit, which will come on to, is a different man. That's it. No, I won't come on to this, but but anyway, this night, again, I was trying to get away, and he told me to line my stomach, so I did. And he put his foot in my back, and he really went about me. Now, I used to go home on a Friday night to a Sunday, but when that Friday night come, I couldn't, because I was lying in my bed. I wasn't even at school. I couldn't move with the beating he gave me. And he told my father that Sandy was not well. Don't worry, Mr. Smith, we're taking good care of him. You go and visit your wife in the hospital. And that's what they told my father. I was not well. They knew it was happening. They knew in that orphanage it was happening. Not just to me, to many others. They knew it was happening and done nothing. Not one thing did they do. So anyway, that was about 2 or 3 weeks I was sore. And I come on to Friday night. I was back at school now. Come on, Friday at lunchtime. Now I just used to go up for my lunch, go to school, and then straight home after school. So that was a routine. But at lunchtime, he told me to stay behind, and he warned me, if I go home and I mentioned about this, he goes, remember, boy, you're coming back here. More or less, he controlled me. So I was petrified. I was petrified to this belt. Absolutely petrified. I wasn't the only kid. And I wasn't the only kid that fell out a tree in there. That's for a certainty. But he always threatened. I was abused, sexually abused, penetrated 4 times in there. There were other things happened. Other things, masturbation, oral sex. And you're talking kids, 5 years of age. 5 years of age. And a man saying that to them. And I can't even mention his name. No, I'm mentioning his name. Mr. Hull, 24, Corrier's Orphan Home, deceased, was a paedophile. Was, not if, maybe was a paedophile. And so was the rest of his pals in there. So was the rest of them. It was a paedophile ring. See what you want to me, it was a paedophile ring in Quarriers. And I've done a hell of a research on Quarriers and other orphanages. They all are similar to the punishment. And I know my brother, Alan Merritt, who's just off there, I know he'll not mind me saying his name. I spoke to Alan first time, and he came up to Scotland to visit, and I took him to Quarriers and I was telling him. And Alan, he was shedding a tear or two. And Alan told me his story. And it was just as if that I was listening to Alan telling me my own story. Alan Merritt and I suffered the same sort of abuse. Me a wee bit more than Alan, but it's the closest I've ever come. Carbolics open the mouth, getting thrown into a bath.
Sorry, Sandy, can I just ask about, so Alan had suffered a very similar experience to yourself. Where was he based? Was he
we've got a thing called the Quarriers Warriors, Justice for Children Army. Jane and I set this up. And what it was for is we were given evidence of the Scottish Child, but at first, after all this abuse happened, I was taken out, then I went to another school, but I always went to see Jane. Then I found out she's England. So 48 years later, Jane and I met each other again. And it's as if we've not been apart. You know, the love's still there, everything's still there. I love sweeter the second time around. I'm not doubting that. I'll go with that. But we went back to Quarriers. And on that day, we met two sisters. Jane and I knew which cottage we were both in. But these two sisters, I'm going to come here, but these two sisters, we did not know. And we were walking around, and I just pointed, and I went, that's the cottage I was in. Jane was there that day as well, so the two sisters and Jane walked around my cottage. The older one of the sisters, Rosemary, she didn't come back. So we were waiting, and we waited, I don't know, good 10 minutes probably. So I goes, is Rosemary okay? Now, I could not look at that cottage. The memories just were too much for me. So that's why I didn't walk round. I was looking away from it when they were walking round. So it was her sister, I will not give her name out, and she goes, oh, she's looking at a cottage. And when she says that, I knew something was up. And for the first time since I left there at 9-year-old, 9.5, I walked around that cottage. Went down, I come to the bottom end of the cottage, and I knew, I walked along the gable end of it, and I knew the next turn, I would see the kitchen where I had been abused. And I don't know how I got the courage to do it, but I did. And as I went round, Rosemary had her hands up, and I never heard a woman cry like this in my life, I swear, I never. So I went over and I put my arm around her and goes, are you okay? And she went, many, many times I looked out that window, just praying someone would look in and see what happened to me. And she looked at me straight in the eyes, and she went, happened to you as well, didn't it? That floored me. It was now my time to shed tears. We just hugged each other. And we vowed we would support each other right through it to the end. Till we eventually became survivor warriors. So on that day we left, knowing we were going to support each other. Now Rosemary lives over in Australia, New South Wales, in a little village called Geelong. And we regularly contact each other. And every night when I go to my bed, I've got a special star in heaven, and I say good night to it. Because when I wake up in the morning, it's heaven, or it's evening over in Australia, and Rosemary can see my star, and when she's going to bed, she sends me a reply back. That's her special star in heaven. But anyway, I knew about it, but what got me was, why was Rosemary in this cottage? Because it was a boys only. Now, just after I left, it was only about a week or 2 weeks after I left, they made it a mixed cottage for boys and girls. Hence why Rosemary was in this cottage. That same man with other children, other young girls, was using sex toys on them. He did the kid. And I searched for this man. My mission was I was going to kill him. I'm serious. I'm not lying here. I was going to kill him. I'm not a violent man, but I was going to kill that man for what he'd done. But I found out he was dead. It was too late. There's one of my abusers still alive. I'm not allowed to mention his name of Eric Davison, who's living in the Edinburgh area, and if anybody knows him, please let me know. I'm not going to harm it. I give my word now. I just want to know why. That's all I want to know. Why. I'll be happy with that.
Sandy, has there ever been any investigation, any inquiry, anything to?
There's a Scottish Child Abuse Inquiry, and they done the three sort of main orphanages in Scotland was Barnardo's. Well, Quarriers was the biggest. Barnardo's and Haberlower. They've done the three, but they've done other things. Well, still, the child abuse inquiry is still going.
Yeah.
Jane and I, when we started the Quarriers Warriors, Justice for Children Army, it started off slowly, but there were 176 of us. Unfortunately, one of our warriors, a woman, she was 62 years of age, started getting a wee bit of bother on Facebook with people coming out with very rude comments, and she couldn't handle it anymore. And she committed suicide. So that was a great loss to us. We don't want this to happen. So, as I say, there's 175 of us that on our group. There are other groups for other members, but we are the largest from this.
175 one group.
Yeah, well, and there are about 3 or 4 groups.
Yeah, and then there's other groups. Wow.
Anyway, as I say, generally, we wanted to know just how many children had been abused, how many had missing records and stuff. So we started up this Quarriers Warriors Justice for Children Army. And it's slowly come up and up. And more people got to know about us. We are well known. Because Jane's a psychologist, amongst other things in our life. But we use our bygone days to use. We use that. And we give support to victims of the past and of today. And we take them on a journey. A lot of people think it's impossible, but we've done it. And we started this in 2013. And we've took 38 people on this journey. We are working with more just now. We've got 38 of these people now can talk about their abuse like I. They maybe shed a tear or two doing it, but they can talk about it. They don't suffer as much. There's one girl we're working with just now, and she used to wake up every evening, screaming about her abuse. We've only been giving her, what, 3, 4?
About 4 now.
About 4 months we've been giving her support, and no more does she wake up screaming at night. So we can take them, because we know we've been there. So we know what they are experienced. If you know, there's every child that's abused is different in some way, but we can understand it better than a psychologist can. And I don't mean that because there's some really good psychologists out there, but till you've been there, you don't know the true effects it has on your life.
Absolutely, no, absolutely.
We've got 2 options. We can try and fight and make our lives better, or we can stay in the rut we were in. And it's also very, very hard to take your first step from being an abused person. That's very hard to do, to come out and talk about it.
So has there ever been any convictions?
Yeah, now, with this, going back to this, the Scottish Government started up the Scottish Child Abuse Inquiry.
Yeah.
And that was in 2017. Jane and I were called in 2018, October. I think it was October the 18th we were called. to give her evidence. Wow. James was read out because we had given it, we had it all written down. We met with these, a lawyer and various people. They were asking us about our abuse. So we spoke out about what happened to us. A statement, this was our statement about what happened to us. So we done that. We were called back a few weeks later. And we could read it back with all they read it. I chose to have it read back to me. And that day, when I went outside, wow, it just all come flooding back to me. Real bad. Took me about 2 or 3 days to go over it. But after I got over that, I felt brilliant inside. A new person. Because I'd finally done this. I spoke about it. But I'd spoke about it before, but not in such great detail. Now, I was petrified to use my own name and embarrassed in case anyone knew me. So I used the name Troy. And if you Google, just Google Scottish Child Abuse Inquiry, Troy. That's all you need to put in, and you can read it. And you can read about Jane.
Wasn't there people chatting
as well
before?
So, give my man here. So anyway, we're done now. After I gave my evidence and I was walking out, I just looked at Lady Smith and I seen a tear coming out of her eye, running down her face. And she just nodded. I knew she believed me. I knew she believed it. And when I was in a room with someone who was there, Ricky was with us that day. And Jane was there and I had to come in to give comfort me after it. And the fella, Mr. Peebles, he was the sort of man who was asking you all these questions. And he'd come in and he'd put his arms around me. And he went, well done. He goes, there've been many cases we've heard. He goes, but nothing horrific as you. He goes, and you're the only person that I've seen that said Lady Smith really upset and crying. So I knew she believed me. I just haven't been believed. That's all I wanted. I don't want money out of this. I've made this clear, I don't want money. I want a written apology. I wanted one off the Scottish Government and off Quarriers, because the Scottish Government came up with rules and regulations many years ago that all orphanages in Scotland had to follow and abide by the rules, but they never checked them up. And if the Scottish if the Scottish Government had checked up, they might have discovered this was going on long before it and done something about it. I did get my apology for the Scottish Government. I've got it through there. They wrote to me apologising. That, Jane, I'll tell you, I broke down that day. Total.
So when did Quarriers close down, Sandy?
Still going today.
When did Quarriers close?
It's still going.
Oh, okay.
But what Quarriers did is he changed the name. It was known as Quarriers Orphan Homes of Scotland. So when all this abuse started, all the children, they get rid of them. They get rid of them.
Yeah.
And they changed the name from Quarriers Orphan Homes of Scotland to Quarriers. Now, most of the cottages here today are sold off to privately. But there are some that are for children who have got learning difficulties and stuff, and special need children. They've got them. We have the proof. We've got it in writing.
Sorry, the audio's going funny.
Sorry?
The audio was going funny.
Your audio.
It usually does when I speak. It's not the first time I've been cut off or something's happened when I speak out.
Can you hear
I know I've been monitored. I know that.
Can you hear it any better?
Yeah, it's a bit better now.
Yeah, it's better now, yeah.
Sorry,
Okay.
but I know I get monitors. Well, I do. Yeah. But I did, believe it or not, I did work with the Parliament, Scottish Parliament at one time. Not getting into detail there, but I was threatened because I was questioning Nicola Sturgeon, and I wasn't standing for that. So I gave it up. But I know what happens in that Parliament better than anyone. And I know all the wee crooks and nannies. I know we do get monitored and they can do what they want. I don't care. I'm telling it does happen.
Some
The
of
Scottish
the,
Parliament
some of
does
the
it.
abusers, though, they did get
But
tried.
some of these abusers, they went. The long, there were a guy, Sandy Wilson, he got 14 years. Then came the Beast of the Bell Tower, John Porteous. He got 12 years, down to 8, down to 6, then 4, released in 2 years he served for abusing boys in the bell tower of the church. That's where he trained, with the bell tower of the church.
And Sandy, what were the lessons? I don't know if the right word is the lessons learned from this. What were when this came out and all these orphanages were being exposed in this manner? What was the government's response? What was their safeguarding action plan that they put into place? Did something happen that was going to put restrictions and checks and all these things in place, especially if these places are still up and running? What has happened to ensure change in these care homes?
Well, there's a lot of things here. There have been a lot of changes made. No spots here. They definitely have. The downside of this is Quarriers Orphan Homes went and met with the Scottish Government. We know this. I know it's true. Quarriers, Bernardo's and a few others went and they met with the Scottish Government and they told them that if every child had to sue them, and this is Quarriers' words, Quarriers told the Scottish Government, if all the children involved in abuse sues us, the good name of Quarriers Orphan Homes will be lost forevermore, and the good work we do for many. They're petrified. So the Scottish Government come up with this redress scheme, and anyone over the age of 68 or who had ill health get £10,000 paid into their bank account. I got it. Jane got it. I don't want it. It's stock money. Judas money. I don't want it. But I'm using that money to help others. I'm involved with a wee group in Urumbaya. They're wanting a model railway done for the kids. So I'm building it, but everything I buy is coming off this money. We have a child of the year, a special child. That money's getting used for her. I don't want this money. I just don't want it.
And I'd imagine this money hasn't come from the government. This money would have come from taxpayers and
No.
no?
No, this money has come from the orphanages. They've got to have a fund set up now.
Right, okay.
Next year. It's the end of this year. I think it's the beginning of next year. And if we need anything, like we need a carpet for the house, the Quarriers has got to get it. If we need a decorator, we get it. If we need anything, we get it.
And where does Quarriers get their money from? Do they receive funding or are they privately?
Donations. Now, we do know that the Scottish Government is just after awarding Bernardo's.
Yeah.
Right, £58 million donation paid to it. Now, we as the victims, I can have £80,000 paid into my bank account tonight, Jane. Everyone is can. Anyone who was in a care home in Scotland can have that tonight, £80,000. But you've got to sign a waiver stating that you will not take the Scottish Government, you will not take your abuser, nor the orphanage you were in to court.
This is absolutely just flabbergasting. And this is the reason why so many people are still not aware of the mass scale of child abuse that has happened. And to say what you suffered, abuse sounds, what you went through, Sandy, was torture. All of you. It was torture.
Yeah. Well,
That man was not a paedophile. He was a sadistic. He was, you know, he got off on
Want me to
seeing pain and suffering on somebody.
well, the one that's based in the bell tower, they're always up at Scottish Chambers Inquiry. And ladies, the bell tower, he was called to go up there. And look, he's an adult now. And he was in the court that day. And Portis had abused him as a child. And Lady Smith turned around and says to him, the people in this court are in here today who you have abused. Will you give them an apology today? And he went, no. She goes, you were found guilty in a court of law of abusing children. She goes, I'm asking you one more time, will you give these children an apology? And he went, no. Now, this same man, this John Portis, who abused the children in the bell tower, when the adults that had abused his children were taking him to court, they tried for legal aid. Everyone was refused. Not one of us has legal aid out of this. John Porteous, who abused the kids, he went for legal aid and he was awarded £50,000.
Wow.
So that's justice.
That's
Absolutely.
Now,
Yeah.
with this £80,000, now I've been on to Quarriers. I've got all the emails I can show you that we've sent to Quarriers asking them for an apology, and they told us they gave us an apology at the Scottish Child Abuse Inquiry. Now, that wasn't a direct. It was Quarriers' lawyers that got up and stated that Quarriers are giving a full apology to all victims who were abused. And yes, they did know. So they admitted they knew children were getting abused and they gave an apology. But that was to us all, not individually. I want a written apology, not just for myself, not just for Jane, but for every child who was abused in Quarriers orphan homes. And that's what we are fighting today. Now, if we do sign this waiver, we'll get £80,000, but we can't take our abusers to court. We can't take Quarriers or the Scottish Government to court ever again. Plus, we cannot speak to it. Now, if anyone has took a nervous breakdown the night through this, we can't even discuss that with a doctor. But we got a bonus. But we got a bonus. And Quarriers Orphan Homes will give you a written apology. Well, they can take their apology and ram it, because I will take them to court. I will take their money, but my money will be used to help others.
There should be some sort of law against this kind of treatment of victims.
This is
still closing doors on victims, making it hard for victims to come forward. And again, this is how the public ends up not knowing that this abuse happens and that this abuse exists, because it is everything in its power is done to be kept it. And you know, Sandy, I can, you know, really understand some parts of what you're saying, because I've sat in a courtroom myself where it's been multiple victims in historic abuse, and I've and sat there and listened to their witness impact statements, and just seeing the faces of all these victims, and then the victims meeting afterwards, some of them, you know, putting a face to, you know, to other children that were abused like you. So I can, you know, it wasn't myself who was the victim, but I was there, and I could very much feel that energy in the room, and it was, you know, it's just terrible. It's we shouldn't be sat in courtrooms with victims ranging in ages with abuse that has spanned over decades.
Yeah, the thing that really annoyed me here was Ladysmith asked Quarriers, had the children's social workers that they could speak to, and Quarriers went, yes. We never met them, but we do know they had them later on. But to me, a social worker is somebody that works with the council, blah, blah, blah. Now, Quarriers wasn't government run, it wasn't council run. This was all private investors making money. Quarriers, I used to think when I was young, William Quarrier was an amazing man who fed and clothed children. The older I got, I realised he was a businessman making money off of children, because there were many children sent. There were 7,000 that we know of, over 7,500 sent to Canada from the 1800s, and that went right on to 1949. And Canada.
Well, we know.
And there were we know 3,400 were sent to Australia. Now, Quarriers even had this on their website, and when we mentioned this, the Scottish Child Inquiry, that was taken off their website. Off.
Well, even now, you know, the buying and selling of children, which is what it is the most profitable business on this planet, more so than drugs. People think that drugs is, you know, but it's not. It's the buying and selling of children, and that very much happens, you know, in our own towns. And I don't think people realise how, even for now, whether it is a child with even children with learning disability, they all come at a different cost.
Yeah.
And depending on how much learning disability that they have, or the severity of it, will depend on how much funding that care home is then given. And, you know, children who are taken into care, people don't realise that actually there's money in this, and sometimes the people behind the moving around of these children, there is no good interest for the children.
Yeah,
it's about money.
These children that went to Australia and Canada, they were making money. When I started investigating these children, I was getting shipped abroad. It took me to New Zealand, Australia, Africa, Canada, and America. That's a 5. Women, as you know, I do a show on a Thursday night. I've got a on here later on in the year, and I was asked, who's the best person you've ever met in your life? And I answered back, I goes, my mother and father. I goes, if it's to be an individual, I goes, it's a woman. I goes, called Dr. Lois Lee. I goes, this woman is remarkable. And she's got a jet plane sitting there 24 hours of the day, 365 days of the year, with a team that she can go anywhere in America and she rescues children who have been prostituted. She goes and she picks them up with her team. They're brought home to her place. She's got a home for them. I think it holds 24. But there's other places they can stay, you know, and they're well catered for, make sure no harm comes to them, everything. Now, she takes these children and she sends them to school, on to university, and all the kids, when they leave, have all done good. And there was one night, it was another radio station I was on, I used to be involved with. And I was on that, and I was interviewing her, along with the co-host at the time, this Andy guy. And she asked us, she goes, would you like to speak to some of the children? I went, I'd love that. And it was a little black African-American child. And she was 14 years of age. And she said, hi, son. I was, hi, love. So I asked her, I goes, so what do you want to do when you leave school? She goes, well, I'm doing really good now. She goes, and I'm going to go on. She goes, when I leave, I'm going to university to become a judge. Excuse me. So I asked her, I goes, why do you want to be a judge? She goes, so I can jail men like who were abusing me. And that really got to me when you sit and think about it. She's a 14-year-old kid want to become a judge so that she can abuse these people who are abusing children. But that was the best woman I've ever met in my life, and what she does is remarkable. But abuse, it just doesn't happen here in the UK, it's worldwide. It's happened for decades, and it will continue. Now, the other week there, you had an amazing guy on your show, and I think the world of this man, and he does it me, and that's Brian Clear. And I met Brian a number of years ago at a conference, and I spoke out. That was the first time I ever spoke out to an audience about my abuse. And Brian was there. And I gave Brian comfort that day, and we've been friends ever since. And Brian always states, if it hadn't been for me, he wouldn't be here today. I've heard that many times. So if I can speak out and I can help somebody just that wee bit to be a better person, that's a nice feeling, you know. You've done that. And I will keep doing it.
Andy, I actually said this to Brian when he was on as well. It's people like yourselves that is, well, you're the children's only hope, because without survivors actually, you know, well, you originally you were victims, but you've now become survivors. Without you being there and being brave enough to actually talk about it and put it out there, it like they've got no chance whatsoever. But at least like when we have, you know, the likes of yourself, the likes of Brian, and you know, all your, you know, Jane, all you warriors, you know, you're the ones that are gonna, you're on the right side of history, because you know, we need you. We need people like, we need more people like you that can really, you know, be brave enough to do this. Our children need you.
Yeah, well, I do it not because I want to, it's because I have to. Because I don't want to see a child, whether it's one of my grandchildren, my neighbour's children, your children, or any child being abused. Because I know the life they're going to live. I know that, and I don't want that. I never want to see that. But I know for a fact that child abuse in the UK will be here for a hell of a long time till our MPs wake up, smell the coffee, and stand united together. Because not one MP, either in Scotland, down south in Westminster, they're either a paedophile or they're no one, and they're protecting them. And to the day and hour that they stand united and go, right, he's a paedophile, you're off to jail. Yeah. The biggest paedophile out there involved in politics and out and war crimes is Tony Blair. I hate that man, I hate his name, I hate everything to do with him. and yet it's all covered. There were a programme I was watching, I'm telling a lie, it was on a YouTube video that someone had posted. I can't remember the guy's name, he was an MP anyway. A Tory MP, and he was talking about how the whips in the Tory party, people with problems come to them and they talk them over. And if it's a serious like child abuse, blah, blah, how they keep it out of the news. Now, they do that.
Yeah.
But then, for them, they own that person.
But that's just like Jimmy Savile's situation like that, isn't it? To be fair, perfect example. You know, the BBC had covered it up for many years.
What's Warriors Orphan Homes as I was talking about? Warriors Orphan Home had everything. It didn't need the outside world. It didn't need it. It had its own doctors, dentists, nurses, fire service, joiners, plumbers, you name it. They didn't need the outside world. But in the hospital in Quarriers, they were, and we know this, and we'll get the proof of it, that children were being experimented on. Now, I remember getting up for injections, just wasn't it for chicken pox, measles, blah, blah. We were getting, I don't know how many injections we got, but these were regular. And there's no records of what we were getting.
Sandy, can I just say there actually, I know a gentleman, Fran, I'm sure you won't mind me saying his name because he speaks publicly on his own Facebook. He's in Dublin and his mother was in the Magdalene laundries, and there was horrific abuse. But like that, he was in, as a child, he was used in experimental vaccine trials. And again, he's the records and stuff have all been very hidden and kept back. So I find it interesting that you're saying also that, you know, these
one of our Quarriers brothers in the hospital down below, they were experimenting with him. We don't know why, how, anything. But that man couldn't go in to have children. And he's told us, and he goes, "They've destroyed me down there." He goes, "It's..."
And people want to believe that the governments have suddenly grown a conscience in the last 20 years and none of this goes on anymore. It just all stopped.
I'm going to let Jane come in. And I hope she'll talk about her fingers, what they done to her.
How much time do you have?
I don't know.
We've got about 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes.
Okay, I'll not mention much of my abuse because I can't put it into 10 minutes. But part of my abuse, I don't know much before I was age 5, right? I know I was supposed to be in certain cottages, which I couldn't have been in because there was baby homes. I must have been there. I went in when I was 3. I think the first part of my care was okay. It was when I was 7, and I went through the force feeding and everything every cottage did, but the PE teacher at the school, he used to put his keys down the girls' blouses, and then he'd put his hand down and he'd have his hand in your pants. And I remember it, like, I used to see other girls going in and putting soft toys away, like hula hoops and bean bags and things. And one day it was me, I had to put the things through. I was 7. And he shut the door and asked me how I wanted to see magic. And I didn't know what he was speaking about. So he said he liked blonde girls. So he took out his man bit and told me that if I touched it, he could make it go big. So, of course, I did, touched it, and then he took over and he touched me in places, just things like that. But he made stuff come out of, I know now, but when you're a little girl of 7, I've seen other girls going in and out and nobody spoke about it. Nobody mentioned it to me that it was something bad. Mm-hmm. And so when it happened to me, I didn't mention it either. But I should have been safe because I was in a cottage with a cottage mother and a cottage auntie. If it's a single woman that's in the cottage, she has to have another woman. So it's a cottage mummy and an auntie. You've got to call them mummy and auntie. But they were horrible. The cottage auntie, she used to take you into her bed and she would touch you and make you touch her. It was just all sexual things like that. But the worst thing they ever done to me was when I was born, my fingers weren't developed properly. I don't know if you can see. Can you see?
Right, you need to go near the camera. Oh, yeah.
Right, can you see my hand?
Yeah, we can see those, Jane, yeah.
That's a left.
And there's my right.
That's a right.
Okay.
So when I was born, the 3 fingers on this hand didn't exist. It was just a big clump. It wasn't causing me pain or anything because I've got me bucket and spade. But Quarriers didn't have any disabled children, which was very weird. They had one wee boy. That was it, one wee boy. So young ladies had to be perfect. So they decided to give me fingers. So they divided this into bits. Then they put wires onto the bone on each bit. And every month this would get stretching the bone, taking the skin off my stomach, putting it on to give me fingers. Young ladies had to be pretty young ladies. And I was on a lot of their books and their calendars and stuff.
Yeah.
So you had to wear white gloves. But I couldn't get into gloves because I didn't fill the finger bits. Now remember, I still got wires on them. So they used to put stuff at the bottom of the gloves and they'd push my hand in and it'd be rolled up cardboard or a thimble or something. So my hands used to bleed even during the filming. So you had to put one hand there and then cover the other hand and just stand with a pretty smile. Nobody on the outside world never knew.
Yeah.
That even to this day, I've still had stuff done to my hands and bother because of what they did to make me normal.
That is horrific. That is absolutely
also design of children.
Well, I'll speak about that as well.
And we know about this because it's in Jane's record.
In my records, it doesn't name the people. It's just one woman asking, we would be grateful if you could supply us with a little girl, preferably blonde, blue or brown eyes. And of course,
the ages are
5 and 7. So there's one, I'm still in therapy actually because it made me think about it so much. I was getting nightmares again. There's one where there's a big 4-poster bed and the smell in that place is horrible. And it's like looking at a torchlight because I can just see, I can't see what's at the side of me, but I can just see this light at the front, but I can't see the person. And I know it's bad because it's just, I know things happened and my mind just doesn't want to put me through that. But my cottage was the same like Sandy's. I was in a mixed cottage, boys and girls. And the cottage auntie used to stand a boy and a girl on the bed and laugh at our bits, how different they were. And they were good at dishing out punishment. The cottage mother had a Thursday off, I think it was once every month. And she'd come home at the last train. Sometimes it was really late, she'd come in. soon as the door went, we were all lined up.
No, but they put off the alarm, didn't they?
Yeah, we were all lined up.
It was a fire bell. They would trigger a fire bell to get all the kids out of bed.
And we'd all line up, and then the cottage mother would come in and said, have they all been good children? And of course she'd say no. The cottage auntie would say no. And we would all get pants down slapped on the bare bottom, boys and girls. We were too frightened to do anything wrong. We got hit. We got hit for anything, you know, and nothing belonged to you.
I'm curious as to how these people end up in these roles.
Do you know why?
Do they go there because they already know that they want to and are going to enjoy abusing children? Or are they there and once they see it, they just think, actually, I'll join in, and it turns out they actually like it? There has to have been, was there good people anywhere?
Yes.
Yeah.
There was good cottages.
It wasn't always bad days. Some fantastic days. One of the best treats we ever got was the taxi drivers from Glasgow come down every year. And there were 40 attacks, I remember that. And they would take us away down to the coast.
To the seaside.
And we would have a picnic, and these taxi drivers, if we wanted, we got. And they always gave us a big
a shoebox,
lots of sweets.
And sweets.
But we weren't allowed sweets in Quarriers. Now, my two aunts, I had two aunts that never married and an uncle. And my grandfather had a small holding. And when I went to visit my mother in hospital, because of where we lived, the last bus back was at 7 o'clock at night. So we'd missed it. You know, we'd go and see my mother-in-law. So we used to go out to my grandfather's place, stay there on Sunday and home on a Sunday night. And my aunts and that, they always gave me a big bag of sweets to share out with the kids. And I mean, this was a big bag. And the first time I went in, this Mr. Hull took them off me, telling me that bad children didn't get sweets. So this happened 3-4 times, but I got wise to this. So I used to hide them. And I remember coming in and he asked me, he goes, right, boy, where's your sweets? I goes, I didn't get any. He goes, what do you mean you didn't get any? I goes, well, I told my grandma and that, I goes, you take them off me. I was dragged and beaten again for that, black and blue in my back. I was warned not to speak out about anything. Now, the meals in this place were shit. That's me being polite. But they would have people in ports, MPs, royals coming down there. And they would be taking around the cottages. They didn't know what cottage they would go into. But we were warned, if anyone come into our cottage, we'd have been our best behaviour. If we were asked how our meals were, and then, the meals are, we get more than we need, right? No, we didn't get more than we need. We used to steal potatoes out of the fields, turnips, to feed ourselves. We were hungry.
There's something important I need to cover. There's something important I want you to hear just before we finish. Sandy.
Yeah, go ahead.
When we found each other again, we went back to Quarriers. We walked into the cemetery where I used to play as a kid. And I looked down and I said to Sandy, where are they? And he went, what? I went, all the children's headstones. Quarriers had took away the gravestones of 338 children. We asked them what had happened. They denied the gravestones were ever there. We proved they were. We had a nearly 3-year battle for them to replace them all.
But Jane's sister had a video of Quarriers away back then that showed the headstones, so we had the proof.
Yep.
And Quarriers went, that's not our graveyard.
We had to fight to get these little ones.
And it shows you William Quarriers' grave.
It's terrifying that the stuff we know about is so tiny to the stuff we don't know about.
So true.
And that is the scary part.
You
And
think
if there wasn't, and I don't want to say there's a small, a small few who are braver, because I don't want to imply that those who have never been able to speak out are not brave. So I want to be careful in what I say there. But the only reason that any of this gets exposed is when victims come forward, or in a odd, very rare case, it's actually the perpetrators who have spoken out. And we just know, again, for the small percentage of those of you who are speaking out, now whether that's speaking out looking for justice, or just speaking out sharing their story, or as just told one other person, there are still so many more people out there who have, some who may have never told anybody and are still suffering. And I just want to say, if there is anybody out there who hears this, that knows of somebody who is suffering,
I'm afraid.
or if you yourself has ever experienced something and have never spoken and want to speak to somebody, Sandy, I know that you would welcome anybody to contact you, and Ali, Alan and Jane and Brian, even ourselves. Now, whether that is you are a victim of institutional abuse or a victim of any kind of abuse, if you need to reach out, because as you well know, Sandy, this pain doesn't go away. You learn to live with it, and I'm sure you power it into channels that are going to help you. But I can see from your faces when you speak and hear the emotion in your voice that the pain obviously doesn't go. It's still very much with you.
The pain and the memories never go. They're yours to keep till you draw your last breath in Mother Earth. That's yours. But you can't control it. As Jane says, she will coxcomb. I was doing the same. I was doing bad. I used to suffer badly for depression. Even when I met Jane again, I was slightly, not too bad. But I've overcome that. I don't know the last time I had a nightmare about my abuse.
Mhm.
But you've got to realise deep within yourself, we never went up and asked anyone to abuse us. That happened. We didn't.
Yeah.
It's not our fault. That is not our fault. That's the first one to come over. Because it's definitely not your fault. Number
Yeah.
two, take the first step. Just
It's
take
really, really tragic how a lot of people actually think it's their fault, but that is the usual story. They blame themselves, and that's what stops a lot of people coming forward as well.
And I used to wonder if it was something about me, but he said that to me. I like little blonde girls. I thought maybe if I darkened my hair or did
Yeah.
something look a bit different.
Yeah.
Honest, you can't see. Have I got something on my forehead? Because
Mm.
not only in carers, you end up being with men who are abusive.
Yeah.
That's all you're worth.
Yeah.
Compared,
It's a vicious cycle.
well, nobody's ever hugged you. Nobody's tucked you into bed at night. Nobody's done what mums do. And I
Mm.
can tell you this, when I had my kids, they were tucked into bed at night, they were hugged, they were, and even now they're in their 40s, we still do that, hug, cuddle, the lot.
everyone is. It's godchildren. We never, our children told us what they wanted to eat. We never gave them that choice. What do you want for breakfast? What do you want for lunch? What do you want? We had that choice.
Yeah.
We loved, as I told you about, you ate it, and if you didn't, it was forced into you.
Yeah.
I had a woman the other day, it was a wee girl, and I went outside to go into it. And she said, was a sandwich she was eating, and she didn't finish it. And this woman goes, "Get that in." And just that word, "You get that in." She goes, "I'll make sure you eat it." I had to walk outside of that. If that had been a man saying it, I'd have pinned him against the wall for that.
Yeah.
It's like child harem.
It's a form of
Terrifies
abuse.
it.
It's abuse.
It's a form of abuse that you will eat that.
Oh, yeah.
Children should be loved and cared for and live a child's life. They're not there for to be abused or harmed.
Mm-mm.
What's got to realise? Okay, we might have sons, daughters. They're not ours. They're born to us.
Yeah.
Born to us.
Sandy, we have to wrap it up there. I'm afraid we could talk to you for so much longer. Your story is, it's really hard to get this down into such a short space of time. And Jane, obviously, you haven't got to share your story either, but we do have to wrap it up there. Sandy, thank you so much for coming on, and I know you'll be on future shows with us anyway.
When I can, I'm either on your shows or I'm outside.
Yeah, you'll be on somebody's anyway, Sandy.
I've got the extended story of me when I came out of care from being abused in 4 years.
Yeah.
When I came out.
Yeah, well, we'll be speaking to Jane.
As I say, thank you for giving us a platform.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Can I just add as well, we've had a lot of support from you on our YouTube channel. There's a lot of people who have said hi. There, Emma has said you are true warriors. Love truth life, love life. Someone's username has said survivors all find a way to get through when all things seem to be against you. Truth stands up your side. Never give up on your truth.
But the thing is, if we didn't go through the bad, how would we know what the good is?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just same on Wake Up as well. Amanda, Joan, Victoria. There's a few people on the Wake Up platform as well, all sending their love. And well, I teared up. I got a bit emotional there at one point when you were talking.
Oh, sorry.
So, I think everybody needs to go and have a cup of tea now. Listen to something. Yeah, think of something on a bit more positive note in what everybody's doing now before going to bed with that.
And a big thank you to you for what you do.
Yeah.
Well,
people like you out there, and especially more people out in the streets every week.
yeah.
All over the place.
We will get this, Andy. We're all fighting this together, each and every one of us. So, right, good night, guys.
Good night, guys.
Thank you all, and thank you everybody for watching tonight. And I'm hoping at some point we'll probably go live from PCP as well this week at some point. And just to remind everyone, we're all a bit snowed under with uni assignments at the moment, but a couple more weeks now, and we're working hard behind the scenes, and a couple more weeks now, we're all going to be back on fire and really stepping this up to the next level. So thank you all for watching. Good night.
Night.
Guys.
Night.
Good night.